Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining today. Hope you're all doing absolutely wonderful and are ready for some world building. Need to set this up properly. I think it's this drive or this tab. But yeah, we're gonna do a world building stream today, which mostly just means that I'm gonna try and wing this on the fly because I have one, no real proper process for this, and two, no idea how to do this in a stream format, but it's gonna be great. Um it's gonna be at the very least entertaining and being a disaster. So, that's kind of the goal we strive for here. Um to just make entertaining disasters, and I think I can do that. Um so I have set up a world info page for my world. I'm actually gonna probably get rid of that world info. I might just end up making a new account on world info specifically for this. Um, but um, I'll think about that. I've also set up for now a Google Drive where I can put all my notes and all my ramblings. And if need be, I will also add a might also work a little bit in CSP on some map work to set up a map for my world. So to kind of recap the basics of what is the plan today with a world building stream, and what even is a world building stream. I've had I have a lot of experience being a game master for primarily Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. And I do a lot of world building when I DM those games. Like that's really all I do is just over engineer. Um, it's just over engineer the world. Um, and I over engineer all of it. I spend way too much work on it, and for me, that's half the fun. And one of the downsides I really notice with that approach is it's very hard for me to get all of the proper information across to my players. So I kind of wanted to world build to work on. Essentially, I'm not exactly sure how in depth I want to go with this. Do I want to sell? Do I want to like make this a how do you phrase it? Do I want to make this a kind of like a supplementary model that I say like, hey, this is like a world setting you can use in a TTRPG game. Here you go, take what I made, have fun with it, or do I want to turn this into my own like game system? Which is an idea I suggested completely as a joke to some people, and people were like, "Yes, do it. Give it a try. I want to see what you make." And since then, I've been thinking about it, and I'm like, why the fuck not? Like, why wouldn't I go completely overboard? If I'm going overboard anyway, why not? Um, and that's kind of where my mind is at currently. Um, with me wanting to see what I can make with this. Um, I haven't yet figured out how to properly have royalty-free music in the background. Technically, the playlist I use before starting the stream is fairly safe. But it's only like 1.5 hours, so it's gonna loop if I put it on the background. It's gonna loop throughout the stream, which I think might get a little bit tedious eventually. So I haven't really figured out how to get music properly. So for now, we're gonna do it without music, and I invite everybody to put their own music on in the background. Please do. Like it'd be great, or yeah, please just put some more music on in the background if you want to, or if you prefer listening calmly without any music, that's of course also an option. Now, if I did this right, I just muted the desktop audio on my end. So the only thing that you should be hearing is my voice, even though I just put on music. I'm gonna double check because I'm paranoid as fuck. Just to make sure that no music is actually on the background. Yeah, I'm safe. But with that, let's get started with I'm just gonna have like a general notes document, and then from there we're gonna work on specific, just kind of first to figure out what do we actually want to put in this, and then how do we want to turn that into like a proper setting? Because having ideas is one thing, but those ideas actually need to be used for anything. So let's start with because it's a fantasy setting, kind of a trope of the genre having some form of racist or cultural pick. I've been going back and forth on, do I want to have fantasy races in my setting, yes or no? And to me, there are two potential options. One is not having fantasy races, but making it different by cultures. Option number two is having a bunch of fantasy races, but not having humans. Hello, Adam. Welcome to the Worldbuilding stream. You're gonna see my creative process as I have absolutely no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I'm glad you are. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, for now we're just gonna have like a general document. There are two ways how I can handle races. Either no fantasy races, everyone's human, but like very diverse cultures. Or I can put in fantasy races, but no humans. Those are my two big options. Mostly because I think in fantasy settings, humans can get very boring in the way they're handled. And I think it's a little bit more fun to be a bit more creative about that by kind of avoiding them. So I kind of want to play with that. However, hello Capture, hope you're having a wonderful day. There are, I've like played campaigns in this setting, by the way, so I like mostly it's gonna be me trying to get everything written down on paper. But the primary races or cultures that exist in this world are the Cantonese, the Celta, the Scana, Scana, Weimar, Heffengar, Eidenar, the Asamar, I think those are the main 7 that I use for the setting. Yeah, those are the main 7 that I'm sticking with. Technically, there is a 4th, but it's there's like an 8th, but it's kind of a subculture that I don't want to use anymore because it exclusively existed to fit one person's backstory, and I kind of hate it. Not so much the backstory, I hate the way I handled it. And I think it would be more interesting to take the interesting parts of that backstory and that culture and kind of hand those interesting parts out to the other cultures. But yeah, those are the main groups. And you might kind of notice from some of the names, but most of these are based on, originally this was a D&D 5e settings. So originally these were dwarves, these were halflings, these were elves, and these were orcs or half-orcs. And the primary three were originally humans, but what I'm kind of looking towards is a big issue I kind of run into when world building is like the moment you say, oh yeah, this world has elves in a setting, and I mostly know this because I made this mistake when I was first introduced to 5e, is you just go, you hear dwarves and you go, I'm gonna play Gimli. You hear elves, you're like, oh, I'm gonna play Legolas. And like, I get it, but it becomes there are kind of like these primary associations that people have with the cultures, and I feel like giving each of them like their own names, kind of makes it fit. It makes it a little bit more internal, or like makes people more look at like, oh, what is that? Even if it ends up being else, they are more likely to go into like, oh, what's the specifics of this group. I've been thinking of making this Kana basically Goliaths. Oh, can I make the font bigger? Yes, I can. That's actually a good point, because I was gonna look if that was in here. It's not. Is it not in here? Do they not have opened this lexicon list? Hold up. I was supposed to look this up beforehand. Sans serif, Roman, and monospaced. Wait up. Does this actually have like because I know I've opened this next sec. Sans serif, Roman, and monospace. Okay. Let's do, what does sans serif look like? It's not in here. Roman then. Fucking what? Monospace then? How does it? I guess I guess area is I guess we're gonna stick with Ario then. Let me see. Maybe Ario Black will be a little bit more. Oh wait, is this just not showing any of the standard ones? Is that why it's... I'm putting too much, no, but like, I'm trying to make this like a point. I should have done this beforehand, but yeah, I'm sticking with Ario then. Hang on. Let me use the smaller screen for reference. 17 is readable for me on the smaller screen, so let's use that for now. But yeah, the scanner as a coach, that's very, very warlike. And I'm kind of thinking of like aesthetically basing them off of D&D Goliaths. Hello, Spec. How are you doing? We're working on D&D world building. So what I'm thinking of is I've actually been thinking of I want to make the Ganonese a custom species. I am how do you phrase it? I kind of want the Ganonese coaches specifically to be like the stand-in for players who would pick a human because they're just not familiar with any of the other ones. So I am so like basically the mindset is if you don't know what to play, if you're not familiar with any of them, you play this one. And I kind of want to just go all out with them aesthetically. Like I want to make these like I'm basically gonna base these off of tieflings in many a sense. But I'm not gonna hope like these are gonna be multicolored, and none of them are gonna be, you know, you can't get them in like the variety of pink where it like looks basically like a human. You're gonna get like pastel colors. Oh yes, many of the coaches will mix up, but these are kind of. I'm still kind of debating on are they going to be one race. These are kind of like the primary groups I've made beforehand. Am I gonna cut these up further into? Am I gonna turn these into races and then work with them, or I'm gonna take them as coaches first? That's kind of what I'm trying to go for. But I can write down these are gonna be based on tieflings. But yeah, they are gonna be mixed up. Trade happens. There is somewhat of an evolution theory, but I feel like because it's a fantasy setting, the evolution theory is not something that is known in lore. You know, like the people wouldn't know it. That sounds wonderful. Hope you have a lot of luck with that. But yeah, like coaches naturally like will trade and will move. It's actually like specifically a thing about Hafengar culture is that nobody sees the Hafengar like how do you say it? You can't know no outsider really knows what it's like living in Hafengar culture. And the few who knows are people who left the culture and tend to not really want to talk about it. So like the only Hafengar that people will really know are the ones who either left the culture or grew up in other cultures. Um, I'm trying to think how I would base a Kauta. Because, like, they're very Greek-based. I think to be honest, the Kauta are very minor. So I'll kind of fill those in later. I should also mention I want to cut some of these down into subcultures. So these are cut, the Guyanese specifically are cut into the Uncomptons, Hochians, and Carisian. Basically, every word here is like placeholder work in progress. The Celta consists of various city-states, so they are kind of, they're a free-for-all. There's a lot there. In terms of the Skana, you have the I might actually want to rename that because Skana is also the name of the continent to run. Please don't murder people. I'm gonna rename these because Skana is the name of the continent. Because murdering people is illegal. And I'm not allowed to advocate for illegal things on my platform. Therefore, I'm telling you not to murder people. But yeah, for the Veek, you have the two main groups would be those local and Skana, where they're very local, a lot of tribes moving between. But you also have the ones who settled on other continents, and from there adopted a lot from those continents. I'm just gonna refer to them for now as settlers. Also, can you please not talk about murdering people in chat? Just please. The Dweimar are also mostly from Skana. They trade a lot with the Veek. They mostly settled there, or they kind of lived there since before the Veek did. When the Veek traveled to other continents, most notably the Guyanese continent, the Dweimar specifically try to travel ahead in order to try and in one part they're trying to trade, but also kind of how do you say it? The Veek are very warlike, so the Dweimar wanted to travel ahead in order to, one, make people think the Veek are a lot worse than they actually are, and two, sell the places they're going to weapons in order to fight back. So I think I'll find a better word for it later, but for the Huffengar, you have the true Huffengar, and you have the exiles. For the Einanar, you have the Gane, the this is also one of the reasons I want to change up with names, because this is not even intentional. One of the major Einanar tribes is the Gane, and the large culture they're constantly clashing with is the Guyanese. I need to change one of those names, and I don't really know which. But yeah, then you have those who merged with human cities, so you can kind of see those as more half-house in a sense. And then you have the there is another group like in the far west who is still kind of holding on to like the older Orthodox methods. The Orsamar are probably the least fleshed out because kind of similar to the Celta, the Orsamar kind of exist in the distance somewhere, and they're more mentioned than frequently used so far in any of the campaigns I ran. So these are the least fleshed out, but they also have, you know, they are multiple small groups, similarly to the Celta. So I'll just mark them down and spread out because they're kind of spread all over the place. Now this is making me think I kind of want to rename this culture, mostly because it's the one I fleshed out the most. Does anybody have recommendations or suggestions for stuff? I'll work on that. But yeah, I'm kind of like going to the lens of let's make them just fantasy races and just make them all extra and none of them human. I'm tempted to make the Kauta human because like the Kauta are kind of meant to be bland, but like at the same time it might make people think the Kauta are significant when they aren't. In like the context of where most of my campaigns took place, the Kauta just never really matter. They're always just somewhere in the back. But I want to cut these into, these are kind of spread amongst 2/3 regions. So you have the, yeah, I'll probably put some kind of twist on how the human, for the continents you kind of have Skana off to the north, which is a, it's more of a collection of islands. So it's more of an archipelago rather than like a direct continent, but it's, you know, in universe considered a continent because of it's fairly easy to travel between the islands comparative to traveling outside of the archipelago, which is why, especially in the Fuka culture, it's just considered one continent. Yes, although druids specifically are a magic class unique to the Eidolon already. It is like, I want to do interesting things with the Kauta, because like I actually have a lot of lore written up on the Kauta, or not written down, it's just in my head. But there's like a lot of lore for the Kauta that's never used, which kind of gives me range to do stuff with them. But yeah, then we have the continent of Galan, which is somewhat south of Skana. More of a solid landmass, not which my connection of islands, home to the Vik and Weimar. Galan is south of Skana, north of Kauta. Home to the Gananese, who I want to rename, name pending. Hafingar and the Einar, Orsamar formerly, and then the subcontinent of Kauta, which is technically a subcontinent of Galan, home to the Kauta and the Orsamar. So the Orsamar have been no longer have any independent civilizations on Galan outside of Kauta. They used to, but were mostly wiped away by the Ainur. I'm gonna have to start writing out some of the more direct lore for everything, but again, I literally don't have a process. I'm just like doing this completely improv style. I have no idea what I'm doing. It's great. Let's go for magics. Because I want most of the cultures to have their own form of magic. Which is making me think, what I actually think I'll do is I'll make the Kauta canonically, they're like basically the same race of the Gananese, but they just have such a distinct culture. They're considered distinct. Technically the Vikar too, but they've spent so long isolated that they became like fully, they kind of evolved beyond that, or they evolved into their own thing, independent from the Gananese and Kauta. So what I might actually do is merge these into one group and just make the Kauta a subculture. I think that will make more sense. Then I can remove this, and that makes the list a little bit easier. And now I'm gonna need a name for these. Something that I'm just gonna put down a T for now. I'll figure something out. But I kind of want to put, and this is more of me just messing with the lore, give every culture their own interpretation of how they do magic and how it works for them. So the Kauta use runes for everything. They don't have directly wizards. They don't have sorcerers or anything like that. But they do have rune masters who use runes to enchant. You can enchant a scroll to directly get a spell effect from it. You know, put a fireball rune on a scroll, tap the scroll, and you can fire with a fireball effect. Put it on a sword instead, and you can do magic with your sword now. So they don't directly have mages. They do everything through runes and runecraft. I'm gonna give these three. I might swap out Carisian later. I think Carisian is the one culture that also has a lot of Aedenar in it. So they might also have some forms of Aedenar magic, but for now I just I want to write out, you know, I need to write things out to begin with. We're mostly just putting on the basics now, but these primarily have faith-based magic, which are normally clerics paladins, which I'm gonna merge into one, and also bards who split away from clergy. The faith within the culture of the incompetent, the Hawkins and the Carisians, they mostly, so these three see themselves as kind of local culture within one culture group. For an example, think of larger countries that have where they all speak the same language, but they all have like their own, you know, specific regional cultural changes, their own local holidays, their own local um, changes to the dialect, some cuisine differences, but they do consider themselves, if you come from one of those, you can go through the city. If you're, for example, if you're Hokkien, you can speak to people who are Compton or Caribbean, but you can't really speak to people who are Kelton. That's kind of like the main difference. Um, the Vic have primarily warlocks. They have a pantheon, so they don't as typically they are either in specific service to either a specific deity from the pantheon, a select few, or the pantheon as a whole. But basically equivalent of warlocks. Aelonar use the magic around them, resulting mostly in druids/sorcerers. So they kind of drain, like the druids drain magic from the magic around them, or sorcerers just from innate magic in the air. But they influence and affect that culture or affect that magic directly rather than, you know, it's very much an art to them. It's something that you're supposed to feel. You're not really supposed to think about too much. Um, and I want to point out these are professions. Any person from any of these cultures is capable of learning any of the other ones. It's just not usually taught. Hafengar is basically wizards. They study magic like a science. So they study magic as a science. They write out in specific how you're supposed to do certain spells, how they are supposed to work, what the supposed effect is, and like everything's pre-calculated and very, very measured. In massive contracts to the A&R, where magic is something you're supposed to feel, you're not supposed to stop and think about how it works. Osamar, I never really had the one Osamar player I had, the one orc player I had, was actually a paladin from human culture. So they became studied to be a paladin in can't remember where they studied, but yeah, they kind of took that up. But I don't think that would be their innate direct magic. I think they'd have essentially sorcerers, and primarily like kind of think of a spellblade essence. Like they mix their magic in with everything else. So the Orsamar magic's only really significant if it can be used as something else. So, how does your magic assist you in whatever task you're doing? Magic doesn't exist to them for magic's sake. It's just one of the many things in the universe that plays an influence. So, for example, using magic while you're cooking is just as logical an explanation to them for magic as using it in a fight. But they're not gonna, spend people specifically learning magic because at that point, they don't see the use in it anymore. It's only really useful if you're applying it to something. But yeah, Um, and that's the basics of how I'm dividing the magic. Trying to think what steps I should, like what steps I should do this. Um, what should I do next? And also, like I mentioned before, I am all of this I ran in campaigns before, so most of it is thought out. I just never wrote any of this down. Um, but yeah, I'm trying to think what would be the best next step. Um, trying to think. Um, yeah, would that be a good next step? Um, um, yeah, should I just work out how I want to do classes and such? Um, I guess how I want to use um, how do you say it? I think what I want to do next is I'm currently setting up a World Info account and World as well on a different tab. Um, it's like I have a different account, but I want to use one that's specialized for this. Just kind of in part for privacy. Um, so currently this doesn't have anything in it. Um, but yeah, subclasses I might be a good moment to kind of talk about. I guess this isn't as much writing, but more talking for it a bit. Um, I kind of made a joke to one friend of, I'm really annoyed by how 5e handles magic in the sense that all of those classes, they all cost magic the same, right? It, there are like technically differences, but they're all only really if you really dive into it. Um, in a lot of ways, it's just they're all um, how do I phrase this? You can't tell me that in universe people know the difference between a sorcerer, a wizard, and a warlock. Like maybe a warlock because people be like, "Oh, you made a pact with a demon, that makes you evil." But like aside from that, nobody knows it. You can't tell me anybody knows the difference. Will anybody ever really tell the difference between like a druid and like a wizard who really likes nature? And I kind of want to wanted to dive into that concept. So I just kind of started spitballing internally with like, how would I change how those classes work? Um, and that kind of resulted in um, one idea I had is like bards for me is a great example because the way most people play bards is a sword in one hand, like an instrument held in both hands, and like a free hand for combat. Even though they're playing a race that only has two hands, somehow they can fit all of that. And they kind of, you know, they need to play their instruments in order to cast a spell. Um, yes, exactly. That's the point I'm trying to fight. Like whenever I tried playing in the game, I felt like honestly the difference between a rogue and a fighter was more than between some of the casting types, and that felt so weird to me. Um, so I kind of wanted to do something about that. And like I was saying, like a lot of the times people just kind of treat casting as a secondary thing, you know? It's just something you do in between everything else. Um, and I wanted to make not just the way how every class casts spells different. I want to just completely redo every class. Um, and that kind of resulted to me having one idea where um, I feel like the classes aren't like an inherent thing you just kind of have. I want to treat them more as how do you phrase it? They are specific professions you train in. So like you need downtime and a trainer and like money and resources to learn to get better at being one of these and to like learn it in the first place. Um, and that kind of made me think with like I can really have some fun with this. So I'm gonna redesign. I'm getting rid of classes basically, and instead I'm gonna change the system to run down to you have specific traits which you can with and that's how you level up, right? Like you level up your specific traits, and by leveling those up, you get like feats and such. And then when you have a certain requirement, you can start training into specific schools of professions. Um, you can like train into specific professions if you meet like a trainer who's capable of training you, or a book that has the you can learn from a trainer, from like a book that has all the info, from a spirit, um, just from observing. Basically, if you have the requirements, if you meet the requirements and you take the right downtime for it, you can train to take on one of those professions, and every level, so to speak, you train for that profession, and the requirements get steeper every time. You get more, um, you get access to more kind of bonuses. So, for example, what you're training with a bard, there are a few things you're training. Um, so the way faith-based magic works, aka the cleric paladins and the bards, um, is that their cultures have a lot of ancestor worship, and by worshipping their ancestors, or by worshipping significant historical and religious figures from their history, they kind of draw on the magical energy that their souls in the afterlife have. Um, and the clerics and paladins do that with a very religious method, mostly by praying. And the bards use it primarily through retelling the stories. And originally the bards were part of the clergy, um, but the bards were in charge of like learning and maintaining all of the like lore and like everything that happened, like every major historical figure, every major battle. The bards were supposed to um, learn what happened and keep that information going through the generations. That was their job. Um, and they eventually broke off from the clergy because a lot of them had a disagreement in regards to what stories they were supposed to keep and which ones they were supposed to, you know, deliberately forget. And they didn't, some stories the clergy didn't like, they were told they weren't allowed to tell anymore. But they wanted to tell them because they thought they were significant. And that's kind of how bards became, um, you know, their own group where they mostly travel around. And bards are supposed to go between many different cities because that's how they get new information. That's how they get new stories that they can turn into tales and share with other bards and share around in the other cities. Um, and that became kind of the job. And they started doing that separated from the clergy. So, but they still draw on the same form of magic because, you know, the spirits of like the historical figures of all the ancestors that they're telling these stories about, they don't care if you're praying or if you're, you know, telling the tale. Isn't that different in essence? You're still drawing on the essence of that figure. And that's where they get the magic from. And the way I want to contextualize that is what the bards primarily learn is to tell those tales, um, but to be able to do so during combat in like a high stress situation, they can still keep, calling on that tale, whether it's a spoken word story or it's a song, or maybe maybe it's like an interpretive dance. It doesn't matter, but by drawing on that story, they can draw up some of the magic either to boost themselves and their allies, or affect their enemies in some way, or you know anything they really want to achieve with it. And they learn specifically how can you do this in combat, but also how can you on the fly adjust your story to merge in something else so you can mix and match effects. And by mix and matching those effects, they essentially cast a spell. So if they want to cast a fireball, for example, they tell like a couplet all about a massive fire that happened somewhere. And by recounting on that, they take the essence of that event and they turn it into magic in the shape of a fireball in this example. Um, and that's basically what they're learning. How do you do that on the fly in the middle of a fight in a high tense situation, um, and use that to um, reach your goals? And also, in a large part, to perform, because now that they're no longer supported by the clergy, they need to rely on performing in order to sustain themselves. Another special skill that bards get is the ability to write down music. They have their own bardic script, basically is sheet music, um, but specifically adjusted so that they can encode messages and everything in it, in part because by encoding messages into the script and then using that script for the music, they are encoding messages or tales into the music, turning them into spells, or they can use it to pass messages between each other. So if they want to warn another bard of a very tyrannical ruler in one city, they might tell them a story, but when you transcribe that story into bardic script, you notice that there is like a message hidden in them, but other people wouldn't be able to tell. So that's kind of how I wanted to do classes. Um, and like similarly, if we want to compare that to the clerics and paladins, they will pray a lot before going into a fight or into a heightened situation in order to give themselves a lot of effects. And they will do like a very quick prayer in the middle of a fight in order to cast their spells. Um, so if they do a very quick prayer of protection when they are in danger, you know, um, that prayer will turn into a shield effect, or it will heal them, or something like that. Um, and that's kind of like, and in order to see how that is different from the druids and sorcerers of the Aenanar, is that um, the Aenanar don't need words to cast their spells. They don't have stories or anything. They just directly take the magic around them, which will probably turn into some form of spell slot system, in order to create the effect they desire. And but the difference is they need to specifically practice on, I want to get this effect. So you can imagine how the clerics and the bards, they will have the prayer books and the storybooks, which will contain all the tales and stories. So if they want to get a specific spell, they can just read through that list to like memorize a specific one, and then it kind of counts like preparing a spell. The druids and sorcerers, they need to have it completely practiced in their memory by practicing it over and over frequently, so they work more with something similar to a known spell system. Um, Not sure if that kind of makes sense or if that's interesting at all. And like again, this is me gonna be gushing. This is mostly gonna be me gushing about the lore a lot. So, depending on your opinion, either very interesting or very boring. Um, Trying to. Should I work on? Should I work on the world map maybe? Um, that's great to hear. I'm mostly trying to figure out, like, I don't have much of a process. What I think might make the most sense is work some stuff into World Anvil. Although I kind of this, it's like World Anvil is like, I know it and I know it's great, but I have no idea how to use it. In the sense that, like, how I build worlds is just so contrary to how I think most other GMs do it, that I have like no idea how to do this. Um, this is more for, yeah. Oh, okay. Um, I'm trying to think. Should I just write specific stuff on like how I like kind of take individual elements of this and just write it down? Um, I think this is what I'm gonna call the Garland Trefior. Yeah, screw it. Let's make none of these words easy to pronounce for people other than me. I like this energy of myself, honestly. I want none of these to be easy for people to pronounce or write, because that's how you know you have great fantasy. We're calling the human Strafjord now. That might actually be a great place to start. Let's try and work out the stuff for the Strafjord. I want to see what's all of this. Design. How does all of this work? Right. Heading, these are credits. Footnotes, artist notes, not that interesting. Right, these are like extra content stuff. Okay. I don't really know how to. Wait, is this based on what I'm typing? Oh, is this no? That's default stuff. How do you write stuff down phonetically? I honestly don't really know. I'll come up with it. How to do it phonetically later. Ah. Right. I don't want to give them a scientific classification. Okay, so I have no idea how road info works. We're gonna work on maps. We're gonna work in Clip Studio Paint to map all this out because I have no idea how to do road info stuff for now. Gonna. I really need to clean up my OBS stuff. Window capture. This one. And this should work. Make a new window. Again, I have no idea what I'm doing. But let's kind of start with the basics of what do I want to have where, and I can make everything detailed later, and then I can ask Rosa to make everything pretty. So I want the regional scanner to be kind of up here. So it's going to be an archipelago. Then Galan is kind of like this. And then here you kind of have the Kauta in the south. Again, this looks absolutely horrible. I'm fully aware. Okay, that actually looks way too much. Doesn't look at all like how I want it to. Just kind of start with giving the Kelton subcontinent that to be kind of over here. So have the Skana, the Kelta, and then the Ganane are attached to the Kelta, but not to the Skana. I have no idea how to do any of this. I'm so underprepared today. So I think the Hochien are kind of up here. Yeah, I have no sense of scale. I'm trying to think of what I'm doing and how I'm supposed to do it. Um, I really should have prepared this beforehand, holy shit. Um, let's for now begin on just writing down some basic stuff for the Trafjord race. Because I think I need to write things down, then work on the basics for the world map before I can really do any map building on stream. Because if I'm gonna try and do that from the start now, I'm gonna get stuck. So, average lifespan, I'd say around 80 years. Kind of. Is it all gonna put that on this tab, I wonder, or how does it work? That length, height. How is? Oh, right, length as if they are, not funny standing upright in a sense. Average intelligence, distribution, physique, characteristics. They consist of a range of different colors, mostly pastel. Most common colors are red. Red, green, purple. I'd say most common colors. I'm just gonna make red, green, and blue. And yeah, those are just kind of the most common ones. But some relative chance for them to, be born in different colorations. Color does not seem to correlate to the color of the parents. A bit more lore-wise, but the clergy believes the color to be a representation of the soul. Which you can imagine the kind of social impact that would have. And of course, leading into the question, are a lot of people frequently, actually different because of these changes, or is it a self-fulfilling prophecy? fill in the blanks. I lean towards the second in most cases, but let's see. Hair is usually that's on the most hairs located on the top of the head. Usually the hair are dark browns and blacks. Notably though, even though they have very dark hair color, it's very easy to dye. They're using dark browns and blacks, but light brown, blonde, and light brown, blonde, and orange are also common natural hair colors. It's very easy to dye, resulting in hair often being dyed for ceremonial or cultural reasons. Eye colors. They typically have quite large eyes, quite nice irises. Usually, the iris is the part of the eye that has color, right? Usually covers most of the visible eye. As diverse in color as the skin tones. So, you know, basically everything, every color of the rainbow. Extremely rare to be the same as the skin. So typically you might see somebody with, for example, a red trapezior with green or pink eyes, but it's very rare to see a blue trapezior with blue eyes. Basically never happens. Trying to think. No markings further on the skin that tend to happen, although they do sometimes use body paint for that. I don't really care about height, weight, length that much. Geographic distribution. Primarily the northern half of Galan and the mainland area of Kota. Yeah, primarily in those regions. Prefer plains and hillsides. Prefer to live on like plains and hillside areas. They're not very fond of mountains or deep forests. Often live on the coast. Intelligence is not something I think I want to work in. Social structure. most trade cultures follow a feudal social hierarchy. Yeah, I think that's they typically divide themselves down between feudal ranks. So you have the king on the top, followed by the dukes, the counts, the barons, going down. So now I wonder, anatomy and morphology, they are bipedal humanoids, 2 eyes, 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 tail, hair on the top of their head, smooth skin, yeah, really what sets them apart from humans are primarily the wide range of skin tones they come into and the tail they have. They can see, they can hear, they can taste, seeing through eyes, hearing through ears, tasting through a tongue, feeling through the skin, smelling, they have a nose, and I don't think I'm gonna give them like any extra sensory capabilities. Growth rate in stages. They how do you write this down? Grow in the womb. Pregnancy of less than a year. Just kind of keep it vague and wide. Don't feel that needs to have too many different steps. Then they go from baby to toddler to child to teenager to young adults, older. Let's kind of do some spacing to make this a little bit more readable. Let's see what else is there about them. I think this is kind of the basics of it for now. Alright, so I can put down specific history, naming traditions, all of that. So boost means let's make historical figures into species relations. Alright. What should I work with? What would be great ways to work this in? Gender ideals, they have a very what's the proper term for it? Very gender equal. Yeah, they're very equal in gender. No difference in station. No difference in station between different genders. Freedom of marriage amongst the genders exists for them to the most extent, as much as marriage is not really, how do you phrase it? They just kind of, marriage isn't as much of a legal thing for them, more of like a personal matter, so it's not very much policed. Mostly because TTRPG session, like TTRPG game, I'm not gonna write in systemic discrimination because it's meant to be fun at the table, I feel. That's not something I want to put in the setting itself, more something that I feel the DM should work in depending on like what's appropriate for the table. Freedom of marriage exists between or like amongst gender regardless of what gender you are and what gender you're trying to marry. I think I want them to maintain maintains a very loose trinary of genders, which I might write down in how the Trayfior consider different genders, like how they define them. But the basis isn't man woman to them. Essentially, they have like a trinary system. Relationship ideals. Very family focused. Will typically be in a relationship for life. Wait, how should I rate this? Will date in younger years and settle into established long-term relationships, often have or adopt children, often have or adopt children and manage those as parents. Yeah, I'm actually trying to think about that. Would they be, because here's the thing, what if I want to be, and this is me kind of being interesting, because I on one hand, the Trayfior are meant to be human substitutes, so maybe I should just make these humans. Maybe I should just make these culturally humans in most senses. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this a very loose binary of genders, because what I was thinking of doing is saying if there's a trinary of genders, is the ideal relationship to them 3 people? It's kind of an interesting thought I have while writing this, but I might give that idea to a different culture. I might make that like the cultural standard for the A&R. Maybe that will be interesting. Major language groups and dialects. Gananese have the Hochian, Compton, and Carisian as their dialects, and then you have the Celtan, which has their own local dialects that I haven't written down much yet. Common dress code. Things as well, like for now I'm mostly just working these in, just like in general, and then I want to get all the general stuff and then start going into the specifics. I think that will be like the best way for me to do this. So dress code, typically, one item for the top half of the body. Think of a shirt. One for lower half. Think of a skirt or pants. Set of underclothing / underwear that I feel shouldn't be considered dress code, but I'm just gonna put in because otherwise everybody's gonna presume they don't wear it. Some form of shoes. Prefer skirts over pants due to no, I won't phrase it as skirts, but prefers loose clothing that permits tail freedom. So typically what you will see them do, because yes, Trafior have a tail, either something like a skirt where they can just kind of keep it under it, or if they have something like a pants, they will have kind of like a slit in there that the tail can fit through, so that they don't need to put it through the clothing. It can just kind of rest comfortably. But kind of as a result, as part of clothing is not gendered, one-piece outfits, dresses, suits, for formal wear. So clothing is not gendered to them. Wear a dress, wear a suit, not really that much of an issue to them. So kind of like I mentioned, they have a very loose binary of gender. It's just like they kind of recognize it because how do you phrase it? They don't really see it as much as man or woman. They just see it more as, yeah, some people are kind of masc and some people are kind of femme, and that's kind of how they differentiate it. I'm also gonna put this in right now. In general, within my writing, in general, when I'm doing with like road building and stuff, I'm gonna presume things like genitals, kind of, they're not mentioned, you know? I'm never gonna write into like what is the big sexual dimorphism of people here. People don't really, it's not something that's gonna be in here so much, so don't expect that. Use body paint for decoration on arms, legs, torso for, yeah, just kind of tend to put decorations through body paint on their arms and legs and the torso if the torso isn't covered. And they kind of tend to work with that. Myths and legends. They primarily form use a form of ancestor worship. Believe their ancestors go to the ancestral plane to become to watch over those still alive. Yeah, so they basically believe like their ancestors are constantly watching over them from the ancestral plane, and they kind of tend to, use worship as a way to remember and as a way to remember and hold on to, um, past figures of their life or past historical figures. They both are typically worshipped in equal amount. I know a few historical figures I can write down. Tala of Comte, Bernards of Hoch, Villar the Cityness. Do I want to put... Yeah, I'll put Greywood in for now. Although Greywood is half Aenanar, half Trefior. He's an interesting... they are an interesting character. Need to figure out pronouns for them, especially if they're going to be half Aenanar. Let's see. The Roosmores are a Carisian family. Battles of Offenar of Steadiness, Greywood, the Roosmores. Who else do I want to write down? I think those are the major historical ones that I put a lot of effort in. Interspecies relationship, not that much. What are their taboos? Let's see. Trying to think. I feel like taboos are something that will kind of come out as I'm working on the rest. Common customs and observed traditions. Familial gatherings, recounting family tales. So basically, very frequently, Trefior will get together with the family to first off, they will tell amongst each other historic, like the tales of family members in the past, which is how they hold on to that history. And after they've told like the familial history, they will tell the stories they told at previous gatherings of their own adventures or their own life, and then like fill in after that with like new things that happened since then. And through that, they kind of form this this kind of like oral history, this oral tradition. Thank you. But yeah, through kind of sitting there, they like create this oral tradition and create this large tale that they will maintain with the family constantly. And because they're recounting it every so often, kind of as new members join the family or leave the family, by dying, by distancing themselves from the family, the story will kind of keep being passed on and always changing a little bit. And this is believed to grant the blessings of the family. What other kind of customs do they observe? often eat meals as a household in a group. Um, um, yeah, basically, like when it comes to like cultural things with Trayfior, imagine a very inclusive and relaxed human society. Um, and also, kind of an interesting thing that I want to work in is the reason that they believe the color of their skin to be a representation of their soul is kind of in there because it allows them to ignore um, that's like what the clergy is focusing on. Like the clergy isn't there policing sexuality or gender or race or stuff. They're you know, they're just saying like, are you a green person or a red person? Um, with the difference being like, how does that affect? Basically, they're treating it as horoscopes in a sense. Like, oh, you're this sign that treats you like this. And again, very specific detail. It does not correlate to their parents, which is why it's believed to be a representation of the soul. Two green, um, you know, two green Trayfior are just as likely to birth a red Trayfior as a red and a blue one, for example. Nobody really knows what causes it. So the clergy is saying, well, it must be your soul. Um, the colorism is kind of bad, but that's kind of there to show, like, don't trust the clergy. Most people themselves treat it kind of like a horoscope. Um, in the sense that, like, oh, I can't help it, I'm a red Trayfior. I'm always going to be a bit aggressive. I'm just a red Trayfior, kind of see it like that. Which is, again, why they're pastel colors. They don't represent, um, colors from actual people because I'm too afraid of people misusing that to turn it into like um, misusing that to just be racist against real life colors or real life skin colors, which I don't want to do. Yeah, they treat it like a horoscope. It's like how to entrave your society. Your skin color is like as significant as your eye, or like as you know, um, they're so I base them roughly off tieflings, but um, they're kind of meant to substitute humans. Like the culture is very much human based because if somebody goes in and they're like, "Hey, I don't know what to play," you just give them Trayfiors, and they're like, "Yeah, just imagine humans, but with pastel colored skin and a tail." That's it. That's the big difference. Mainly because my main reason is I want people to kind of look at this list of like you have the Trayfior, the Fiek, the Dweimar, the Hafengar, the Elar, and the Orsamar, and I want people to base like what they're gonna play and like how they're gonna treat the cultures based by actually reading through like every culture's like entry, um, rather than going, oh, I know elves. I've seen movies before. I know exactly how an elf works. I'm playing that. Or I don't know any of this stuff, so I'm just gonna go for a human. That's kind of my primary goal. Um, courtship ideals. Um, how do I want to write this in? Typically show affection for going into a relationship through gifts. how to phrase this? True gifts, dates, letters such as, you know, think of like how courtship would work in medieval times. You send like flowers and such, right? Um, yeah, you show affection when that affection is two-sided. Relationships form. Typically, relationships are between two individuals, though rarely. I mean, yeah, polyamory exists, but like it's not considered very standard. Typically, they're between two individuals. Will formally marry when they are in a long-term relationship and want to form a family. When marrying, Trayfior dye a streak of their hair purple. They would dye a streak of the hair bright purple and then never cut that streak. It's kind of meant to be a sign of devotion. And also, like, they very few, like I mentioned earlier, the Trayfior hair is like surprisingly easy to dye. Like they just make color dyes and they just work it through and it just sticks. They don't really need to do things like bleaching typically. So they typically make dyes from wildlife or from, you know, insects, slugs, plants, moss, anything really. Mix it up, make a dye. And then purple dye is the most expensive and hard dye to get. So most people can't afford it except for like nobility. So a lot of nobles have like pink hair because they're the only ones who can keep dyeing it pink. I've been thinking of letting the color stay, but it's just gonna grow out eventually. And like eventually if you do it. But typically, if you get married, you are gifted purple dye just enough to do one streak. Because it's meant to be this very significant moment in your life. So because you got married, you will get to put in the dye in your hair. What you will also typically see is if you see people with more than one large streak of purple, and they don't re-dye it. So it's like, let's say in my case, my hair is shoulder length normally. So if I would be a Trayfior, I would cut all of my other hair, except that one streak I would never cut. And it would just have that long streak of purple kind of near the bottom of it, and then it would like blend back into my natural hair color near the top. If you see someone with more than one streak, it means they're remarried. Even if your partner dies, you don't cut it, but you have to cut it if you get divorced. Legally speaking, like it has to be cut in order when you divorce. Also, your partner cutting off their hair streak is reasonable grounds for divorce. Or like it's super scandalous if you do it. Which is why like barbers and such take a lot of care, and will typically just take that one streak and just completely wrap it up in something like a leather covering, that's too tough for them to cut through with the scissors, so they can't accidentally cut it off because it's such a massive scandal if it's cut off. But if you see someone like who cut off the red streak, it means they're divorced. But if you're a widow, you typically keep the streak, and then grow a new streak when you get remarried. It also isn't uncommon for people who are in short-term relationships to start to use a cheaper variant, like a blue dye, for example, and do the same practice, and then they will, you know, either they will dye that specific streak purple that they used earlier, or they will cut it off and like dye a new streak. But it's some people will like use a blue streak before they marry. I'm glad you like it. I like working. It's mostly details like this that I really like working in. This is why I like world building. Um, but yeah, what else do they have that I want to work in? I think that's mostly it. So, save changes. Let's view this. Right. So, basic information, anatomy, social structure. Right. So this is a lot of the basic tints. Okay. Let's go back to basics of the Naren stuff. Ooh, I could work on a timeline and such. Oh, I'm gonna need a file for this. I don't have like anything built in. Secrets. Okay, that's for that. I can have timelines. That might be interesting eventually. But let's do the Ananon next. So let's see. Biological traits. Hang on. Average lifespan. They live. What would be a good measure? About 1500 years. I need to work into like height and length and all of that eventually. How did I write? Body tint, coloring, and markings. I kind of think on that, and I'll think on that a bit more. Generic stuff. Anatomy and morphology. Humanoid, bipedal. 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 pointed ears, 2 large eyes. What else do I want to work in? kind of work that in later. These are very basic. Growth rate and stages. Grow in womb. Pregnancy lasting 5 to 6 years. From baby to toddler to child to teen, young adult, adult. They don't really consider like have a real elder state. When they're adult, they kind of stop going through aging. I should maybe give these faces as well. They're considered a baby for about 3 years. Toddler takes about 10. And they're a child at from 0 to 3 years, 3 to 10. They're a child from 10 to 25. They're considered a teen. Pubescent works better. 25 to, let's do 75. Young adult is 75 to 150. And a proper adult is 150 to 1500. Yep, that's a properly scuffed growth scale. I like it. In forested areas, primarily they considered in forested areas, swamps, bogs, and other wildlife diverse regions. Extended geographic distribution, nothing into south of Galan, south and west of Galan, two distinct groups. Body tint coloring and markings. I feel like these would be skin colors are not closer to what we will see in humans normally. But how do I phrase that? Smooth skin, ranging from pale to dark tones. Yeah. Typically dependent on region / genetics. Officially none. Consider how did I spell it? Trephiois. Officially I have none, but I consider Trephiois parasite because I hate Trephiois. Because the Trephiois it kind of do pretty horrible things to them in the past. Social structure, large communal society. Yeah, they live in a large communal society, not so much within families. Basically, like everyone in the everyone in your clan is your family. Um, Sapiens. I'll work on history and such. Gender observes a trinary of genders, recognizing, maintaining separate pronouns for each gender. Yeah. It's typically expected to perform within a given gender, but gender is not tied to anatomy or birth. In alien culture, as you age, you will find those considered your soulmates. When becoming a full adult at the age of 150, you will find these soulmates during pubescent and young adult life. Formally marry both your soulmates when all three of you are full adults and over 150. So for example, if you, so they, like I said before, like they have a trinary of genders and maintain every in our relationships consists out of 3 people typically. So they kind of accept, it's expected that you know who your soulmate is, and typically what they will do is if you found them earlier in life, you can marry later, but most people do at the age of 150. Once you've found the 2 people who you think are your soulmates, and if those 2 people also think that like, so you have person A, B, and C. A thinks B and C are their soulmates, B thinks A and C are the soulmates, and C thinks A and B are the soulmates. When all 3 think the other 2 are the soulmates, and they believe that this 3 is like the good combination, it's believed like, yes, you are soulmates, and then once the youngest of the 3 becomes 150, you officially marry. Unless any of the 3 at that point no longer agree with the consensus. In groups of 3, where each individual member is equally engaged with each partner. Yeah. An important note is there is no internal hierarchy for these relationships. And the most common type is that most commonly, so what would be considered straight in this culture would be if each member of that relationship is one of the 3 genders. But, you know, naturally, of course, you see all kinds of combinations. And I'm going to have to write down what each of those 3 genders are at one point. I want to make one thing clear beforehand, though. Actually, I'm going to write it in specifically. Note 3 distinct genders, not 2 and 1 in between. So like all 3 are considered fully distinct. It's not that one of them is like halfway between the other 2. They are each their own ideal. Is I think an important part of this. Dress code, typically craft their own. Typically wear clothes crafted by yourself, family or partners. How do I phrase this? How do I phrase this? Typically wear clothes crafted by family or partners. Usually one full outfit. So typically they wear a lot of clothes that are basically covering the entire outfit worked into one. So think of things like overalls, skirts, suits. They don't really do separated. They don't really separate the pants from the shirts. Doesn't really make sense to them. Let's see. They typically gather community. Let's see. Major historical figures, clan leaders, Ganane, first to third. So there were 3 significant historical clan leaders in their historical figure: Ganane the first, Ganane the second, and Ganane the third, each of which are revered for their own reasons. But they are all significant. And I need to work on some of the others, which I will probably flesh the lore out on when I work on the classes and such. Interspecies relations. Geographically quite isolated, but often very diplomatic and tend to merge into other societies. They'll prefer company of their own due to long lifespans. Let's see. I think let's save these changes for now. Do I want to work on some of the other as well, or should I focus more on the internals of these cultures? What do people think? Are people still watching anyway? What should I do next? What I think I will do, if I can find a profession, I'm gonna write stuff on the bards. Qualifications, ability to perform, read and write, memorize stories, ability to travel. Bardic apprentice to free traveler to proper bard to bardic master, and then we have the lore masters. It's kind of like the highest part of being a bard. Perception, alternative names, lore masters, performers. I know that reign of being a of having to pretend to be neurotypical. Want me to go through what I ended up writing for the A&R? Want me to go through what you missed? What do you do? And if you do, tell me what you noticed. For now, I'm working on writing stuff out for the bards. High demand. Considered. Considered essential everywhere. All right. I'll go back to the A&I. So I wrote down some stuff for the A&R. They have a lifespan of 1500 years. They mostly live in the south and the west of Galan in two distinct groups. All right. What we have is, oh wait, I can show this on the basic like road info. So the Trefior have a lifespan of 80. Typically have on the top of their head that they die a lot. Let's see. The Trefior have a loose binary of genders with freedom of marriage between them, and no difference in station. Like I mentioned, they dye a streak of bright purple in their hair that they never cut out anymore after they do when they marry. The hair is only cut if they divorce, and it's considered a massive scandal to do so. Their family focus would date in the younger years, set on to establish long-term relationship, often have or adopt children. They often like have or adopt children that they manage as parents. And they are basically monogamous. There are major language groups and dialects. They have the Gananese, divided into the Hokkien and Compton and Carisian, and then the Cowton, which are a bunch of local dialects. Their dress code, one item for the top half of the body, typically a shirt, one for the lower half, a skirt or pants, and then underclothing for decency. They prefer loose clothing that permits their tail freedom, so a skirt, or they will cut a slit into the pants that the tail can just kind of comfortably follow through. Because I see a lot of road building put like a specific hole where the tails is supposed to be, but that would be such a hassle to put on. And it's like, if we see where tails are, they're kind of like at the edge of where your pants end and your shirt meets. So they just kind of have a small slit there to fit the tail through. And it's considered very formal to wear like a one-piece outfit, like a dress or a suit. Then you also have the it's not showing me the stuff as easily as I would like. That's a shame. Dashboard, the A&R, view, or I can add it now. The A&R, humanoids as well. They typically live 1,500 years. And they have smooth skin ranging from pale to dark tones. They are a baby from the pregnancy for the A&R lasts 5 to 6 years. They're considered a baby from 0 to 3 years, a toddler from 3 to 10 years, a child from 10 to 25 years, and pubescent or teenager from 25 to 75 years. They're considered a young adult from 75 to 150 years, and an adult from 150 years to 1500, which is basically when most of them, which is like the average that most of them live to. Primarily live and settle in forested areas, swamps, bogs, and other wildlife diverse regions. They have a large communal society. Everyone in the clan is your family. They have just kind of a bit of characterization I put in. Officially, they don't have parasitic relationships with anything, but they consider the Trayfjords parasitic by nature because they have really bad relations with the Trayfjords in specific. The Aenanar observe a trinary of genders, maintaining separate pronouns for each gender. It's typically expected to perform within a given gender, but it is not tied to anatomy or birth. It's an important thing to note that they have 3 distinct genders, not 2 and 1 in between. So it's not like, oh, male, female, non-binary. They're like 3 completely separate things. For courtship ideals, in Alien culture, as you age, you find those considered your soulmates. Typically, you will find them during your pubescent and young adult phases of life. But you then formally marry both of those soulmates when the youngest of that group turns 150. I went on a bit of a tangent here where I explained that the way you find them is basically you have 3 people or 3 Aedenar, and if all 3 consider the other 2 to be their soulmate, then you're able to marry. But like it needs to be like all 3 of them. Every person in the relationship is equal, and they're all like, attracted to each other equal amounts. Most commonly, which would be considered straight within Alienor culture, each person within that relationship is a different of the 3 primary genders they maintain, which would be what they consider straight. So for them, a gay relationship would be 2 men and a woman, for example, if we want to use that language, but their genders aren't strictly man, woman, but blah. For their dress code, they commonly wear clothes that either you craft yourself, a family member, or one of your partners. And usually it's one full outfit just kind of attached to each other. So they don't separate the pants from the shirt. They have think of like overalls, jumpsuits, that kind of things. Like it's all just one thing. And I don't have that much else for them written out, but I will work on that eventually. But yeah, that's a very quick recap of the NNR. Let me know what you think. And the next thing I'm gonna work on is that actually made me think. I'm going to go back to the dashboard. And I want to work on the tray viewer because I want to go into the extended bits. No, it's the Sapiens bits. The taboos, cutting your purple wedding hair streak when, yeah, typically grounds for divorce. By the way, you will also see tray fjords with just full purple hair everywhere. It typically means they're really rich if they can afford purple dye. But the grounds for marrying is specifically dyeing a streak of hair and then maintaining that streak. If just all your hair is purple, it doesn't mean you're polygamous. It just means you really wanted to dye your hair purple. The significance of the streak is specifically the fact you dye that streak once and then never dye or cut it again. But cutting it is considered a social taboo. So I want to quickly put that in there. Prom, for the bards. Bards, you need to be able to perform, you need to be able to read or write, memorize stories, and ability to travel. It goes from apprentice to free traveler to bard to bardic master to a lore master. Purpose: travel and learn, memorize and share the tales, history, and stories of the people. Those history, and I'll also put a mythology of the people. Usually this is done, usually these stories are remembered in song and or rhyme, because it's easier to remember something when it's rhyme or in a song. Gonna put in between because I'm also have music on in the background that you shouldn't be able to hear on the stream. So gonna keeping, if I'm looking away suddenly, that's what I'm skipping through. Typically these stories are remembered as song and or rhyme, written down in bardic scripts. Writing only bards can understand. Directly correlates to sounds and notes. So, important thing about bardic script, a message written in bardic script is also on an instrument that just turns into a song. Meaning, yes, bards are capable of communicating to each other from great distance by just playing a song on an instrument in a certain way. And if the other bard can recognize that's bardic script, they can take those notes, transpose what they're hearing to the specific notes they're meant to be, and the length of the notes and all of that, and then it would turn into something, into letters that they can recognize, that they can read, and then it becomes a message that they can understand. Often traveling and gets everywhere. Highly appreciated by the population for the entertainment they provide, often employed by nobility to maintain their noble stories. So basically, like, nobles want the bards to tell their stories everywhere. So nobles will frequently they will frequently pay bards, hey, like, turn my story into a song and go sing it everywhere. So they're kind of loved by the population for like the entertainment they provide, and by the nobility as like, yes, this is something I can use. Typically disliked by the clergy for not singing enough religious songs. Make it a point to accept originally a Triforian occupation, but have a lot of respect for the Idanar, accept any species in their rank. So like, bards, logically speaking, want people from other cultures to become bards because it gives them access to more stories. And the more stories they have, for one, it's their job. Their job is to keep stories, but also because stories translate into magic for bards, the more stories that are created by having more bards around and then shared between bards, the more magic they have. Which is why a lot of bards make it a point to travel to other cultures to try and make other bards in the region, but also just to learn the stories of the people, turn those into songs, and use those songs for magic. Originally a branch of the Compton temples. Exactly. Well, I mean, it's not like sharing itself strengthens the magic. It's the fact that, again, like, for them, it's an art, right? So a story about something specific will turn into magic that's related to it. If you tell a story about a horrifying plague that ravaged the city, that can become a very strong, you can use it as a very strong poison spell. Because if you use that spell, you can get a poison effect on people because it makes them sick. But at the same time, if you tell the story about how that city was cured and how it moved on and became, how it cured from the disease and regrew, reestablished itself, you have a very strong healing spell. So by getting more stories, it gives them more. It's more that getting the stories from other cultures doesn't strengthen the magic, it gives them a more diversity of magic. And the strength of the bards is definitely the diversity of magic, because bards are in no way limited to what they can do with magic. Their only limitation is what stories do they know. But they can heal, they can damage, they can do status effects, they can do buffs, they can do nerfs, they can fly if they find a good enough song that allows them to. If they find a good enough story, they can probably learn to fly. But they don't have limitations on schools of magic, and they want to get as many as possible stories because they can work those into their already existing stories, and then they get the ability to mix their magic more. That's the goal for them, to find a very large diversity of magic. It is a requirement. You need to have a lot of respect for the stories that you're telling, because if you tell the story without, if you do it apathetically, if you don't actually care about the stories you're telling, it won't work. It doesn't have an effect. Which is why a lot of bards, because they have such a respect and such a passion forged stories in history. They just want to know the stories because they're passionate about them. Complete side note: a lot of bards are neurodivergent because stories just become their hyperfixations. Those are the strongest bards, essentially. Originated with a branch of the incompetent temples, tasked with keeping, storing, and remembering the history and mythology of the temples. Broke off with the temples due to a dispute about what stories they were allowed to remember and tell. Became a loose association afterwards. No real headquarters or organization, just the art itself. So again, like being a bard is very much considered a artful form of magic. And also partially in the sense that what exactly a specific story, what a specific story or tale has as an effect isn't always the same. You can kind of change it by changing how you tell it. Tools, musical instruments. Yeah, typically musical instruments. And writing materials are really most what you need. They require ink, parchment, stories. Taverns, great halls of nobles, temples, and just on the road. A lot of stories are told on the road. Entertainment, history recollection, education. Hazards, dislike and disapproval of the clergy, punishment for telling heretical stories. What are other hazards? Unhappy / envious nobles. Bandits on the road. Aggressive drunk tavern regulars. Legality. Not illegal, but no legal protection unless granted by noble patron. Relations, ranks and titles, interesting. Famous in fields used by, interesting. But yeah, that's bards. I'm also trying to think, should I maybe work a little bit, now that we have some stuff written down about bards, about how I would want them to work in game? I think I need to get more of the setting done before that, but what if I start writing on some historical characters? That might be a good way to get some lore and story in. Let's start with a figure I mentioned in the Triforian section, Thala of Ancomte. He is a Trefior. Birthday date. I need to work on the calendar. That's what I needed. Right. I'll work that in eventually. Let's see. Honestly, most of these isn't that interesting. Ethnicity I need to work on later. Current location, need to make a choice, so I can't quite do that. Circumstances of birth. Triforian political family. Born on temple grounds. Eldest daughter of the family. Circumstance of death. Died during retirement. Died during retirement in her own hamlets. Or in her own settlement, I guess would be better. So, Tana van Komt is one of the major significant historical figures of the Triforian culture. Ankomt is the oldest Triforian city in history. It no longer exists. But it's like one of the major cities at the times. And there were two real cities at the time, Ankomt and Hoch. And eventually a war broke out between the Triforians and the Aenanar. And the Tana of Ankomt at the time served as a kind of a head of the Ankompton Parliament, or the Ankompton like political structure, and ended up going into a career in the military when the war broke out, and is kind of renowned for being like essentially like she wrote a book on Triforian military in basically every sense, and like is one of the most significant, like mostly because of Tana's reforms and Tana's like military strategy, is the reason the Triforians are like the major, largest civilization on the continent, because the Aenanar were before that point. Also, an interesting note, that was about 1,000 years before when I typically start the campaigns. So that's kind of where, to the Triforians, that's ancient history. Because like that's more than 12 lifetimes. But that's less than one lifetime for the Aenanar. So for the Aenanar, the war is considered super recent, relatively speaking, like last generation. But for the Triforians, it's ancient history. Like nobody really remembers it. It's like something that happened ages ago and now nobody really cares about, which is one of the reasons why there's this kind of like one-sided resentment from the Aenanar to the Triforians, because the Aenanar remember the war very in much more detail than the Triforians do. And the Triforians were really horrible during the war. But that's a bit of internal lore. Honorific title. Honorific title. I'll kind of work that in eventually. Sana, family name isn't anything for them. I'm trying to think, would the Triforians believe in gendered pronouns? I'm gonna say no, because I think that's more interesting. Meaning that all Triforians would be they, them if we want to translate it. That's going to be an interesting thing on the table. But I need to figure out how I want to handle pronouns for the different languages. But I think that the Triforians wouldn't use separate gendered pronouns. They just use one for everyone. Because it's easier, you know. But either data machine works for Tana. Personal history. Tana grew up in Comte as the eldest child and daughter of two political figures in the Compton Parliament. She was educated in many aspects of diplomacy and politics from an early age. Became took a low position of leadership. Took a low position in the parliament at the young age of 16, making her the youngest parliament figure at the time and one of the most controversial in Uncomte because her position was believed to be given due to nepotism. Picked up a military career and became commander in the fight in the war against the Einar after the Day of the Black Arrow. Became commander after the Day of the Black Arrow. Introduced forms of military organization to the Triforians. Am I spelling it right? It's Trifior. Trifiorans. It's just Trifior, it's a plural. Screw it. Trefior is both the singular and the plural of the word. Now, I decided. And post for better pay and compensation for soldiers to improve recruitment numbers. After multiple successful campaigns, became de facto leader of the Uncompton people after the burning of Uncompt by Vallard Cityness. Began massive, and that's about began massive resettlements and massive resettlement and expansion projects in the Central Valley. She conquered at the age of 45, settled down in one settlement and married married her wife, who she met in the army. And actually, wait. I should maybe attach some ages to this. So I would say at the age of 22, it's roughly when the Day of the Black Arrow happens. I'd say something like 31, yeah, 9 years between Day of the Black Arrow and the Burning of Uncompt makes sense. And these resettlement projects started at around, I should do it this. At the age of 31, began the factor leader. At the age of around 36, began the massive resettlement projects. Can just do this like this to indicate roughly. At the age of 40, let's do this at 29. Age 29, met her future wife began a relationship with her future wife and named her as lieutenant and her right hand. Age 45, Tana and her wife settle in one settlement later renamed Tana's Rest. And at age 51 began actually, but it, let's say died at around somewhere in the 60s, so let's make this 53. I'm spitballing all of this if you can't notice, by the way. age 41, failed push into the west from the True Valley, established the twins forts. Age 47, finally captured. What's the shocked Pikachu? Started, I think it's a military expedition. Finally captured and executed for largest cityness. Moving him from the Western Plains to Hong to be executed. I mean, isn't it obvious? To the burned ruin of Hong to be executed by burning. Age 49, declared the expedition to the west a failure and retreated her troops despite heavy casualties. Age 62, Tana dies in her sleep. Dies peacefully in her sleep. And at age 55, begins writing large work on the complete reforms, rules, and laws of warfare still maintained to this day, later finished by her wife after her death. I need to work on the actual timeline of everything. I need to also name her wife, maybe. Education. Educated by various tutors from age of 4 to the age of 16. I'm learning to read and write at the age of 6. Short military, mostly self-defense. Education at the age of 12. At the age of 12, martial education ended due to difficulties with her trainer. Trainer blamed her unorthodox fighting style. She blamed she believes it's because she always beat him. Age of 15. No, that's basically her education. Just various tutors throughout the years on a lot of things. She was employed as a age 16 to 22 politician in parliament. Started at a lowest seat. but gained more political power, being one of the most influential politicians by the age of 20, 22 to 31, because by that time would no longer be possible. De facto, or no, commander of the Compton forces, age 31 to death, to about 53, about the age of 53, de facto Compton ruler and commander. Basically, the burning of Comte, which is mentioned at age 31, is a attempt by Velardus Sidinus to capture the city. Velardus Sidinus being a different commander in the Uncompton military at that point. I'll write about Valar in a little bit as well, but Valar was a different commander who was one of the largest persons who was against Tala's position in Parliament, because he blamed, how do you say it? He basically said, like, she's only there to the nepotism, she shouldn't be there, she's way too young, not properly educated, way too controversial, she doesn't deserve that position. And then when Tala, started going into the military, Valar complained again, like, do we want this, controversial politician to lead the military armies? Like, she's going to screw everything up. Like, she's going to make things worse, and then people like me are going to have to deal with it. And then Tala became like the most successful commander in the Compton military, and Valar kept screwing everything up. So basically, in a way to prove that he saw himself as more important, than in an attempt to prove it, he wanted to capture the city, declare himself mostly because, like, kind of a mix of hubris and just wanting to be more significant. He attempted to attack the city in a very Caesar-like move. So he marched upon Comte and originally intended to start fires in order to intimidate, but those got out of hand and basically burned, like, so much of the city is burned that it wasn't really possible to repair at that point, mostly because they were in the middle of a war. So from there, he was public enemy number one, and Tala took, like, all the people who survived the burning and incorporated them in some form into the military, mostly just protecting them, and trying to use the land that she gained by her military expeditions to house the people who survived the burning. Some of them also took political refuge in Hoch, which also got destroyed due to a massive tidal flood a few years later. So, like, the two prestigious cities of Triforian culture were both basically destroyed in very short succession. So Tala took the people and basically, like, tried to create new settlements, like massive project of not just trying to create settlements they can live in, but trying to make sure that all those settlements were capable of trading with each other and supplying each other, so that everybody would have enough access to resources they needed, while being safe enough that they didn't have to worry about becoming a potential target for the Aedenar that they were fighting. Actually, I should put this in, because she... Was it Tana at the... Was Tana at the Southern Pass? Or was it Valar? I think it was Tana. I'm forgetting my own lore. This is why you need to write on your lore, people, or you're gonna forget your own lore. It's been 3 hours already, damn. I'm surprised that I'm able to keep this up for 3 hours. So the Battle of the Southern Pass was a battlefield that got so horrifying between the Uncompton army and specifically the Gane tribe of the Aedenar, which was the largest tribe at the time. Still is, because it's the only one left. Or the only major one left, at least. What am I drinking? I'm drinking store brand Coke. Because I need something to keep my throat dry during these streams, or my throat hydrated during these streams. But the Battle of the Southern Pass was between the Gane and the Uncompton, and it was so horrifying that both sides declared, both sides just said, look, we're not gonna fight each other again. We'll just, you stay your side of the pass and we stay our side of the pass. And this will make more sense when I have a map for everything. But I can't remember if that was Valar or Tala. I think Valar's plan was to go around the pass. So it would have been Tala at the Battle of the Pass, which was before the burning of Encompte, because she had to sign a truce by the side of Encompte. I'm gonna make that a 29, and I'm gonna move her meeting her future wife to 27. Because the Southern Pass traumatized her for life. Which is signed an official peace treaty with Ghanane. Ghanane, the third of the Ghanane tribe. Or Tane Knan. I think Knan is better for them. It's a better term to use. After the Battle of the Ghanane, Knan, resulting in no more fighting between the Comptons and the Ghanane. I need to work on the specifics of the war, but I think by the time there were probably still some clans left in the central valley. Actually, I can do this in Clip Studio Paint. Screw it. I'm gonna... Let's get a map project up. So why did my music stop? So I'm gonna move this over to my smaller screen, because that way I can use the I can use my stylus. Here we have Ankommt, which is at the coastline. That kind of forms a structure typically referred to as the jaw of Galan. Speaking of the main reason, in large part the continent is named after the Galay tribe, because the Galay tribe are named that the Galay clan, I should say, are named that way because they became a very large group of different clans formally working together rather than just living independently. So by formally uniting, working together, they became a whole, and they, from the Ainur word for complete or whole, got Galay, and Galan, being the land of the Galay, is what they believe should be, originally the full goal of the Galay clan was unite all the Ainur under one clan. So that's kind of where the term came from for other coaches as well. I'm gonna move this up a bit. But yeah, so we have the coast here with the jaw of Galan. Then there are mountain ranges here and here. You can imagine it. Just go a little bit quicker. Speaking of, by the way, I'm gonna upload this to YouTube as well. Since people who are on YouTube can't participate in the Twitch chat, make sure to put any questions you have in the comments and I will try and answer them. Or I'll send them on my Discord. And then the mountains kind of come together here. There's like a fairly large opening here, but all of this is considered the Central Plains, and the Galay are over here in the south. And Hoch would be if you follow the path here, up to the north. So here you would have the Hoch. Here you have Ankommt. And these are the Galay. So originally Ankommt kind of had like this region for themselves, a little bit on the coast. But like that said, everything else like was basically Ainur at the point. Like there were settlements between here and Hoch, but aside from that, like mostly it was Ainur. And what Tana basically did was, push out and gain more and more land. And like bit by bit, try and claim more and more regions of the Central Valley as Encompton in the war against the Ainur. And the Southern Pass is a pass between the Southern Mountain Range here, connecting the Central Valley directly to the heartland of the Galay. So, the Tana's armies met with the Galay army led by Ganané III on this pass. And it was while trying to fight here that they just couldn't manage it. Meanwhile, so this would be Tana, Valar tried going around, but noticed that he basically didn't manage to get past the. He didn't manage to get deep enough, so basically circled back. And then when while preparing a new excursion back into Galay land, because if Valar could successfully conquer the Galay, he would like have his political career secured for life. because like the Gane were the largest Aenar tribe. If he could defeat them, like he basically won the war for Ancompt. Realistically speaking, they would end up dying out due to like Ancompt would end up failing due to expanding too wide, but that's not something Valar would know. So Valar just kind of wanted to push through, but then he was emboldened by hearing that Tala failed to push through at the Battle of the Southern Pass, because, Tala just failed doing what he's been trying to do, so that was his sign that he could try and do it. So he wanted to, now use the fact that so many forces were lost at the pass by the Ganane as well, or by the Eilinar as well. He wanted to use this chance to push into again. And then just after he departed to go for to attack the Galay again, he got word that Tala had officially signed a truce and he wasn't allowed to attack the Galay anymore. And that's basically one of the larger reasons why Valar ended up choosing to burn down Ancompt, because he saw himself as out of options, and that was the only political move he had left. And in part, he did it because he wanted to draw Tala out into a fight, and he wanted to draw Tala out into a fight because Tala was at this time back to, expanding the territories in the Central Valley, would have to travel back to Ancompt. He lost the fight. Valar lost in Ancompt, but in the end, everybody lost because the city was lost. And Valar ended up fleeing to the Western Plains through this gap in the mountains, which eventually, later on, Tala built the fortification of the Twins in order to, mostly in order to stop Valar coming back, but also because there are a lot more Aenar over there, and he was kind of sick of fighting. Or she was sick of fighting, Tala was sick of fighting. She basically, at this point, like, the south was safe because there was a truce, and Tala and Galanei III had enough mutual respect that they neither believed the other would break it. So aside from people watching the pass, nothing really much happened there. Hoch to the north was peaceful. Hoch was fighting the Aelinar, but they didn't. There was no hostility between the Uncompton people and the Hochians, so they had a lot of peace amongst the two of them. So the only real risk was Valar coming from the west. So Tala built a fortress to stop Tala from coming back, and basically sealed in this box of land, and that she then, began developing into a Trefioran settlement, or a Trefior, culture, trying to rebuild essentially Ancompt, except for the actual burnt ruins of Ancompt itself, which to this point have not been fully resettled because, like, people believe it's haunted and everything now, so nobody really wants to settle there again. And Thanla's rest would be roughly here. Which, while it maintains a historically significant city, because that's why Thanla died, is not actually a very large city. It's like a place people take a pilgrimage to, but it's not much larger than that. And that's the big recap of Tala's life. Um, she's also mostly notable um, within Triforian culture because I basically, whenever players like start being weird about when I say like, yeah, there's no sexism here in that culture, I just point to Tala because it's like, yeah, like she's the most important, military figure. She's a woman. Like nobody questions the fighting capability of women in this culture because the last person who did is Valar, and didn't end well for Valar. Any questions, class? Accomplishments. I think the night is beginning to get too bad. I need to put a light on. Of Parliament at the age of 2016. Was successful commander of the Compton military. But yeah, again, any questions in Twitch chat if you want to. All your questions in the Discord or when this is up on YouTube in the YouTube comments. I will try and answer everything. What program am I using right now? I think you're referring to what I used to draw. That is Clip Studio Paint. I can put it back up. It's a very basic art program. It is a paid program. If you want a free program to draw, I would recommend Krita. But it's basically what Rosa uses for art, and I want to use it for map drawing too. And here I just use it to give like a rough layout of the geography in case it helps people, because I'm naming off a lot of location names in my recap. But also, hello Sadistic GM. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome to the community. Let's put that away. But yeah, because you just came in, what we're basically doing today is I made the joke to a few people of, yeah, I'm just gonna make my own TTRPG system for like my own world building and everything. And that joke turned into me actually doing it. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm working on what my the world building of my setting and trying to see how do I want to manage this. So like these are the different culture/races that I have in my setting. And like what I base them off in Dungeons and Dragons sense. Note, none of these are human. Basic of the continents, and the different ways in which magic works between the societies. And I'm trying to put all of this in World Anvil. Became the most successful commander of the military. Successful military expedition into the West Valley. Oh, World Anvil. I mean, I presume people wouldn't be will be familiar with World. It's basically it exists for keeping track of your world. So you have like a bunch of articles you can put on it. I'm not actually sure how this manages it. I'm gonna need to look into that. How do I get it all on here? But it creates like a kind of site. I could send people this site if I wanted to. and they could read through the stuff on there. But for example, I have a article here on the species of the Trefior, which is one of the races for my setting. And I can then see like all of the information that I've written on them. So they have a lifespan of 80 years. Their body skin, their body tint is a range of mostly pastel colors, most commonly red, green, and blue. Color does not seem to correlate to the color of the parents. I wrote stuff about like the hair, for example, their anatomy, their growth rates, and I can put in some other details like for the Triforians, they maintain a what I describe as a loose binary. So like there are kind of two, like you have some people are masculine, some people are feminine, but like they don't really give a shit at the end of the day. Again, like I said, because of in part because of one historical figure. How they handle courtship in their is handled for the culture, the relationships, how they handled the dress code, traditions, taboos. And then if I go to my other articles, I have another one on like a different culture, but I also have one for how bards are considered a profession in this world. And now I'm working on the summary of Tana of Ancomte, who is a significant historical figure in my world. And I just want to write down some of her details of her backstory, which I will eventually have to put into, so I can eventually like work them into the calendar and like figure out everything else I want to do with that. But yeah, that's World Anvil. You can, but like the reason you might want to use this as a DM, I'm not sure if you can export it, but you can, as a DM, send the articles to your players, for example. So if you use this to manage your tabletop RPG world, you can say like, oh, you see this like historical figure. Yeah, this is like everything about them that I put on World Anvil. If you want to read it, this is like, you can put all your lore in here if you want to. And I kind of made a joke of I'm gonna make my own my TTRPG system, so I'm just writing down everything about the world building in World Anvil for now, so I can note to to create it, and then when I have enough, see can I turn this into a game system, and if not, turn this into a supplement module that people can use for D&D 5e, for example, or Pathfinder or whatever. But yeah, accomplishments and achievements. Sacrifice from Earth into Western Valley. Yeah, and thank you for the follow. For context, we do these world building streams on Thursdays. On Fridays, I play Civilization 5. On Saturdays, I have a semi podcast. And on Mondays, one of my authors does an art stream. So it's like putting a lot of variety into a streaming schedule. Failures. But yeah, if you have any questions about the world building as well or anything, go ahead. I love gushing about my world building. Battle of the Southern Pass was a massive embarrassment. Failure of the expedition into the Western Plains. morality and philosophy. I mean, like, a lot of these I could write on, but I feel like it's not as such like a past historical figure. That's interesting. Or because like I'm not really sure how I want to handle biological sex yet within the different races. Oh wait, that's giving me an idea. What if the Trefior just don't have sexual dimorphism? What if gender to the Trefior is just pure presentation? And that's the reason they're so, like, that's the reason that they're so loose about it. That might be interesting. That might make some cause people to make some interesting characters. What if the race just doesn't have sexual dimorphism? Like, there were differences between individuals, but no, you know, no physical different, no, like, nothing that they would recognize as biological sex. Frog approved. That's making me think, what type of Trefior would Tana be? Because I came up with the Trefior as not being human today. I think what if instead of biological sex, for the Trefior I just write down the color? What if I just did that instead? Because I just want someone to look at this and to go and to just read through a character's file and then you see biological sex, blue. So I find it interesting that gender identity is a tab, but here it asks biological sex, not gender. Is gender a thing in here? It's not. That's interesting. Interesting that they I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like, it's interesting that they have a tab for biological sex, but not a tab for gender as well. Like, for gender, you have, like, you know, the gender identity to fully explain it, but, like, why are they different? You know, why aren't they both the big text boxes? That's kind of my question. But also, I realize in here I can put, like, the skin. No, in name, no, generic, right? Yeah, skin for pigmentation, so she's a blue Trefior. Hair, shoulder length, black hair, shoulder black, dyed. A trait of Trefior culture is like they all just dye their hair all the time. That's just kind of a cultural trait for them. Although it's in like a military, we need a wooden dye. Shoulder length, natural black hair. blue, she would have yellow eyes. Ethnicity, I need to make those later. Current location, can't really fill that in. Physical, non-applicable. I'm gonna put non-applicable just out of principle. Actually, no, because I'm not gonna fill it in for any other group either. Yeah, I'm just not gonna fill it in for anyone. Characters can be canonically trans, but if I'm gonna make them canonically trans, I'm not gonna list the biological sex. That's no. Like that's the way. That's the reason I find it iffy. You know, like because it's also asking me if I want to make a character canonically trans. It's asking me to fill in like I don't need that for world building to say, oh yeah, biologically they're this sex. I just need to say no, they're trans, they identify as this. That's all I really should have to say. Or even just not mention the trans, depending on how I want to write it. Um Interesting you ask. Yes and no. Um and so kind of to fill this in, Trefior are specifically they are the culture you give to a player in this setting. If they say, I just want to be a human, I don't understand all these fantasy races, you just give them a Trefior. Because their culture most represents what we expect from a human culture in a TTRPG. They, which is why I specifically designed them in a certain way. They all have a pastel colored skin, with red, green, and blue being the most common colors. Few notes. One, the skin color is not tied to your parents. So, two green parents can have a red child, two red parents can have a green child, and like it just happens like um nothing really that it's not really tied to biology, it seems. So the clergy, the temple of the Triforian religion, believes that the color you're born in is a representation of your soul, and they treat it kind of think of like a horoscope, right? So people would say, "Oh, this is your astrological sign, therefore these are your traits." That's kind of how they see it. Like, "Oh, you're born this color, that must mean you have these traits." So, for example, Tala is a blue Trefior. So people will, in part due to her, see blue Trefior as like they see blue Trefior as like how do you phrase it? They see the color blue as like natural leaders and such because she was such an important leader. I need to fill in what the color of Valar would be, but Valar as historically being considered by many as a horrible traitor. Um, yeah, it's anime hair logic. But like my main reason of this being, from a game sense, this is done because I want players, if they end up playing a Trefior, which is in many senses where most of the campaigns are set. Most campaigns are set in Trefior culture, that I ran at least. So it pushes players, if they want to play as a Trefior, to, you know, kind of imagine not playing themselves. Because the Trefior are so clearly not human. They mostly look human, except for the fact that they have a tail and have a pastel colored skin in a wide variety of colors. Also, an interesting Um, an interesting note is one that I shared earlier. Typically, they have usually very dark hair, so like black and dark brown, but sometimes they have like blonde, lighter hair, orange. Can also happen naturally, but Trafior hair is super easy to dye. Like, there's no, like, they don't have the sciences to figure this out. They just know if you stick dye in your hair, then it retains its color for a long time. So they're very good at dyeing their hair, so they do it frequently. So a trait of marriage amongst the Trafior is when you get married, the most expensive form of hair dye is purple because it's the hardest to make. So only like the really rich have it. But if you get married, you are given for free um, just enough purple dye to dye one streak of your hair. So when you get married, you dye that streak and then you never cut it. And it shows your dedication to your partner. Um, and like you kind of just have that one trait, that one streak, that you never cut, you never dye again, and that shows your the dedication you have to your partner. Um, and it is considered a taboo to ever cut that strand. So the only people who do it are people who part with their partners on bad terms, so in a divorce. Um, you also see some people who like had their partner die and remarried, who have like two streaks of differing lengths because the one is for their old partner and the other one is for the new partner. So again, that kind of leads into like be creative with this race if you're playing a character in them, because like it is not considered abnormal to see someone in like very bright hair colors, because why not? You know, it sticks really well, and most people just do it because it's fun. It makes them stand out, and they like it. Um, typically, like Tana doesn't dye her hair because she's military and wants to keep it. Um, you know, she wants to keep it short, and she doesn't have the time to maintain it by dyeing it every time she cuts it. So a lot of military figures keep their hair the natural color, but most other people just dye it whenever they feel like. And again, because why the fuck not? Because it's fun. That's a massive part of my approach to world building. What makes for a fun world? Identifying features. Fortuna. It's a very long purple streak in her hair. Began growing a pink streak when she met her future partner. Can you get magical RGB hair? Probably not as a Trefior. I think the Huffengar can. It has to do with like the way magic works. I think the Kauta could through runes, but doing runes on your body is a very bad idea. So I'll finish this tag and then I'll go into like how magic works for the Trefior culture. My hair began growing a pink streak when she met her future partner. Kept the tip pink and dyed the rest purple when she formally married a wife. In battle, put this streak in a long braid. She wrapped on the inside of her helmet. So again here, because Tana married someone, and like she began growing out a streak. At first just in pink, when she met her partner, and then later dyed most of it purple when she fully married. She would keep that braid and that streak like in her helmet, so that if she went into battle, there wasn't a risk of it being cut off, because that's considered a social taboo to get your streak cut off. It would be fine if you're not married yet, but like it kind of ruins the point if you're gonna let it get cut off in a fight. I don't really want to put too much foreign looks in yet, because like she's been dead for almost 1,000 years. So yeah, she's been dead long enough. I don't think most of these matter. Yeah. But I made a specific thing in my document on magic. So these are like the main culture: the Trefjord, the Vik, the Dweimar, the Hafengar, the Enenar, and the Orsamar. Those will all basically be their own race, and they will all have their subcultures and particularities, and their own civilizations. And some civilizations will naturally like mix who lives in them. The Dweimar and Hafengar kind of are everywhere, for example. But the Kelta, which is a subculture of the Trefjord, exclusively perform magic through runecraft. So they write runes on objects to enchant the object, and then that becomes a magical item that they use for magic. They don't cast spells. The rest of the Trefjord, so the Encompton, the Hochins, and the Carisians, have faith-based magic, where so they believe in ancestor worship. They believe that the spirits or the souls of historical figures and mythological figures go to an ancestral plane or spirit realm, and by worshipping them or telling stories about their adventures, they how do you say it? By praying and telling those stories, they can channel that magic and turn it into spells. So they have like the clerics and paladins who literally pray for the magic, and the bards who originally were part of the temple but split off. And like they keep all the stories. They travel around to get the stories of other people to then tell them. So, for example, if you want to tell, if you know the story about like a city that got like hit with a horrifying plague, you can use a story about that to create and like use recounting that to create a poison spell. But if you then talk about how the city healed from this the plague and moved on, now you have a very strong healing spell. And that's kind of how like their magic works. The Vik have are directly warlocks in service to the pantheon of gods. So they get magic from that. Actually, I should write down the Dweimar also use runes, but they have a different runic script. The Dweimar have runes as well. The Enenar use the magic around them, so that the druids would take from nature, or just general from air. So they see magic a lot as an art. You kind of need to have a feel for it. You need to be able to feel the magical energies around you and just know how to manipulate it into a spell. The Hafengar are full-on wizards. They study magic like it's a science. Like they know if you cast this incantation at this time with doing all of this, and like you write down this, you get this effect. And like their magical arts are like focused on like perfecting that. And the Orsamar don't really care that much about magic. Like they have magic, but they only ever use magic as a tool. Magic itself is not revered separate from anything else that exists in the world. So they will typically they're kind of like spell blades, right? So they will attack, or let's say in combat, if we want to turn this into a player class, they will attack someone and then just use magic to you know, affect how their actions. So they wouldn't cast a fireball. What they would do is they would use magic to turn um, they'll use magic to turn their attack into a fire attack, but they will still attack with their normal weapons. Um, so that's kind of like the difference of how all the different cultures treat magic. So if anybody can make RGB hair, it would either be the Kelta, but you don't want to put runes on your skin or on your hair because it's gonna mess with you in the long term because runes get corrupted when too much magic go through it. But the Huffengar could probably write a spell to do it. And I can see some Aedenar druids and sorcerers having so much control over magic that I can see that they would just kind of have that many so much magic flowing through them that their hair just naturally changes colors due to their magic. And that's a way too long explanation of the question. But yes, that's how you can get magical RGB hair. How to answer a question in way too many steps, part 1. But yeah, I think that's the information that I want to have on Tana of Ankommt. What I'm trying to look at now is how do I want to manage a timeline? Because I think one issue I ran into when I tried using the system before, universal timeline. What is that meant to be? Um, let's see. How many events progress in a linear fashion from a set event point which starts a story. Line appears to progress the story in opposite direction from a set point or event down to demarcation. Both ends go out to infinity in either direction. This is the case for real worlds. Segments. Right. So segments would be like an era. So array would be start of the universe existence into everything else, and line would be like before blah, after blah. UTD is the base for understanding time within your world. Setting a 0 point that all your important events continue after. The 0 point can be the creation of your world, but for a major character or the end of a galactic war. UTD is a way that you to create a major time regardless of when the descending species of the world started or based they may base their time. For example, in your world you can find a UTD year. So time it takes for parents X go around star Y, and your UTD year 0 to be equivalent to what else of your world referred to as blah blah blah. Okay. As of this writing, Canada search function allowing to create and use of named months in place of numbers. Sending can have as many or as few as you would like. It can be named in whichever manner pleases. Okay. Do I still have my calendar? Do I have my old calendar still? Read-only maybe? No. Yes, I still do. I still have my calendar. I still have the names for the calendar, for the months even. That's interesting. How much do I still... How much did I write on this language? Yeah, I worked at the counting system as well. But that's all. Didn't write any words down. No. Okay. So, yeah, this is the old timeline. I've changed a lot too much for this timeline to still make sense. But this is my calendar. It's 13 months with 25 days in a month. And a week being 5 days long. So every month is 5 weeks and every week is 5 days. Makes sense. Calendar starts at Snow's End. These are the names in Trefior. Then the second one is Feast's End. Third is Warm Winds. First Seeds. First Flames. Flames Ends. First Flower. Many Births. First Flood. Strong Rain, Snow Freeze, Deep Snows, Year's End. Kind of describing what's happening. Snow's ends when it starts, stops snowing, starts warming up. Feast ends. Typically, they will kind of like feast in this period, and this is kind of when they all end. Warm winds, beginning of the warm season. First seeds, everything starts growing. All the plants start growing. First flames, heat season, many our first seeds is when farmers will begin planting crops. First flame is like the heat season, so everything will start getting on fire, and by the end of flames and fire will be done. And first flower is when the plants start blooming. Many births when most animals start growing. First flood is like the rain season. Then you have strong rains, again rain season, and then like snow freeze, deep snows, and year's end. It's like the cold season. So these would be the seasons. They have 5 seasons, each taking 5, 10, 13. Yeah, each taking 13 weeks. So you have the melting season in Trefior, known as the small tier, the heat season, known as the hate tier, the growth season, the Groot tier, the rain season, the wreck tier, and the cold season, the cut tier. This is the basis of the calendar in my system. So how do I create my own calendar system? Can I edit this? History of Nira. Actions, no links. I don't want an era, I don't want new points. I want to make my own calendar. Great, it doesn't tell me where I can find them though. Calendars. Create a calendar. This is a Trefior calendar. Naming for months. So nose end. Right, no space in between. Feasts end. Actually, I'm gonna take this tab. I'm gonna put it on my other screen so that I can see it a little bit better. Warm winds. First seeds. First flames. Flames end. I'll probably end up changing most of these later on. But these are like the current names that I will use kind of as I figure everything out. All right, have a wonderful night, Adam. Hope the rest of your night goes amazing, and when you go to bed, I hope you have very sweet dreams. Save changes. Great. Oh, that sucks. You need to be a premium member for some of that. That sucks. I might look into that eventually, or just make my own tool for it. Or like make my own like visual stuff for it. What are charts? Only for Grandmaster and above. Interactive tables, right, that works for like creatures and such, but also only for premium members. Variables, yep, premium as well. Fun. But now I can start putting stuff on the timeline if I want to. What would be my 0 point? Is my question. Because in my old lore, that was... In my old lore, the incompetents or the Trifior, that at the time were called differently, arrived on Galan, the continent, through colony ships. And that was a 0 point. Then in the year 345, they settled Hoch. And then the first era was 519. But I'm thinking I like Uncompt existing for 500 years before the Black Arrow. But will that be the 0 point? What if he's a day of the Black Arrow as my 0 point? Actually, no, that wouldn't make sense. It's like the start of a war, but it's not like that major historical event. Burning of Encomt would make most sense, or the settlement of Encomt. And I might turn it into what would be considered an era. I'm gonna make... So, the settling of Encomt on the history of Nera. Starting date, this will be my 0 point. Era changing, it's the start of an era. And it is a Error beginning. I think after I finish like this bit, like I'm gonna put Tana's events on the timeline, and I think that's gonna be it for today. And then next week I can look into Velarde Cityness and Bernards of Hoch, write their stories, and then I can like kind of flesh out from there. I think that might be a good way to handle this world building, so that I can write entries on Uncombed, I can write city on Hoch, on like all the cities, on the characters, on the Galet, on everything, kind of all centered around historical characters that I already know, because I know the characters the most, and I can kind of from there flesh everything else out. This is just considered to year 0, doesn't have like a specific date or year attached, it's kind of lost in time. City van Komt is settled, marking the beginning of the recording of history by the Triviar. Advanced options. Full content not that interesting. Related characters none currently. I can make all of these related later on. Yeah, I can't. I need to be. Can't make it all limited, but I want the soak event is created. I want to go back to my timeline. And create a new historical event. I need to go to Tanaf and Komt. Because like one advantage I have is oh, this is why is it, hold on. This is wrong. I gave you, I put in like spacing. I put line spacing in. Why? Okay. Zero. So I'm gonna have to do this. But a simple way I'm gonna do this is just to do this. And I'm gonna take this out, and I'm gonna put those at the front. The reason being, if I'm correct in this, that it will this will help the spacing. Save changes, view a new tab. Yes, this is how I wanted to put in. So at age 22, day of the back arrow. I can put this away. Day of Black Arrow. Of the history of Nora. This will be kind of like my second, quote-unquote, 0 point. And I want us to be 500 years after the settlement of Uncombed. And in order to figure out a specific date, I'm gonna turn the lights on. Give me a sec, and I'll be back after that with some dice, which I will use to determine the specific date, time, or the day, month, and year. Okay, I'm back. I have my dice set here. And so I take 500 as a base, and I'm gonna add whatever I roll on a D100 as the year that the Day of the Black Arrow takes place. 22. That's the age of Uncombed at that time. Uncombed is 22 when it happens. It feels too fake. I'm gonna re-roll because it's like too perfect. Okay, 505. 505, that's believable. Oh, I can't use, okay, I'm gonna use a 20. If it's for the month, I'm gonna use a D20, even though there are only 13 days or 13 months. If it's more than 13, I re-roll. For the month, it's a 7 months. By the way, can I? No, I can't tie the calendar to it. For the day, it's 25 days. I'm gonna do a D20 and a D10 combined to figure out the day. And if it's too much, I re-roll. 14 plus 5, 19. This is how true DMs determine important dates in their story. Just roll for it. I gotta use those dice for something. It's a major event. It is a diplomatic action. So rising tensions, the aforementioned Black Arrow refers to an attack by a group of Aenanar attacking a fight between Aenanar hunters and Trafior farmers. It is unknown what exactly happened, but the Trafior believe the hunters attacked unprovoked. Actually, I should make this Uncompton, and I should switch this out with the now keep it Aenanar for now, but like I should swap it out with like the specific clan that attacked. Trafior believe the hunters attacked unprovoked. After the attack, the farmers were killed by black-tipped arrows. Hence, yeah. hence the name. Full content don't really care that much. Read organization tags. Okay. Thank you. It's not going to be very long. Once I've filled in like Tala's history, I'm going to wrap it up anyway. So have a wonderful day, and I hope to see you again someday. Hope to see you again next week when I do more world building or for my other streams. So am I gonna have to do like each event separately because I'm not looking forward to that. But Tana was born 22 years before, so historical event, create a new historical entry. Tana van Komt was born on the history of Nara. I'll fill this in a little bit. Significant. It's national, I guess. It is a birth. For his birthday, let's do a d20 again for the specific day, month. That's more than a 13, so I re-roll. Also too much. Also too much. 4. Fourth month. The day of birth is 12. So the 12th day of the 4th year. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at the timeline. I should edit this maybe. Can I make this use the calendar? Type. Yes. Use the Tracer calendar. Not really related to any. Okay. Save changes. So if he was born on, if he was born in the 4th month, being 4th month being first seed, and the event isn't until first flower, and it's 22 years, and he's 22 by the time it happens. It would be 23 years before, so like 505 as a base. At this date, yeah, I can just take 22 because it's, yeah. So that becomes 483. 483. 12th of first seed was the birth of Tanala van Komt. Great historical event. So if I now look at the timeline, I'm just gonna go to view timeline. We now see his birth. Go back, add a new historical event. And let's remove this intro. Create new historical entry. Next event. Yeah, Tana became a commander, but like I don't think that's a specific notion. I don't need to put in the day he met his girlfriend because like that wouldn't show up on a calendar, I feel. 29 sudden pass. Yes. That happens when he was 29. So month it happened in, second month. Actually, it's a fight. So when would you, let's actually think about this logically. That's feast end in the melting season. Great moment for a fight. I might want to look at that they aren't fighting in a moment when you wouldn't want to fight. Like they're not gonna push for a major battle in the middle of the cold season or the fire season. The 19th day of feast's end. The year he is 29, so it's the year he turns 30. So that is 8 years after 505, because he's 22 at 505. Age calculations, they're hard to do. 483 he's born. I need him to be, because first seed is after feast's end. I need to pick the year that he turns 30, so 30 years after that, so it's 513 in base 10. Significance, this is national importance. It is I think a military action. Does it mention like battle specifically? Let's do military action. Uncompton forces led by Tana of Compt meet and clash against the Galay forces led by Galanay the Third. The battle is a disaster, resulting in many deaths on both sides. Advanced options, I don't think I'm gonna use any of these, nope. Right, Battle of the Southern Pass. History of Nara. Go back to historical events. Why is it not noting? There it is. We had the Battle of the Southern Pass now. So we have his birth, then the battle. What did she do after that? Became de facto the burning of Ancomt 2 years later. Happened not right after, and I'm gonna say it happened near the end of First Flames, because that would make the most sense, not seasonal wise. History of Nara. Month, 5th month. What day of the month? 17th. So fairly close to the ending of, it's about halfway, but somewhat close to the ending of First Flames. That's already quite a bit. Oh no, it's just, I want to move it up a little bit later. Let's make it, actually, First Flame's a horrible moment. No, it works. 17th works. So that's 2 years after the Battle of the Southern Pass, so that would be 515. Would he be... Actually, no, in 515 he would be... He would be... She would be, sorry. Should be 32. So it's 514. This is what happens when you change your character's significant character's gender like halfway through figuring out your lore, you're gonna mess with the pronouns a lot. This is very important national. It's a disaster. After a failed siege, Valar the cityness accidentally burns down the city of Ankomth, resulting. Yeah. Create a historical event. Go back to historical events. How does that show up? Okay, that makes sense. Began the resettlement efforts. Not that significant. At age 41, so about 10 years after Valar's cityness, after the burning of Ankomth, established the Twins Fort. I'd imagine like the first fortification would not take that long to build. So I'm just gonna say that that's when the region was stable enough that she could build it. Settlement of the Twins built. History of Nara. About 10 years after. So month is the second. Why is it the second month again? 16 month. That's not an valid number. 20 is not a valid number. 17 is not a valid number. 3. I get self-conscious when the numbers are too often similar. 16. It's when Tala is 31. Oh no, 41. So because it's so it's 524. 524. Tala van Komt settles the fortification of the Twins in the pass between the Central Valley and the Western Plains. This results in the properly protecting the valley from attacks from Valar. What's the next? I'd say I want to put in age 47 execution of Valar the cityness. Age 53, no. Age 55 begins writing the reforms, and age 62 dying, and then a few years after, her wife finishing the reforms. Those are the events I want to add. So create a new event. At age 47, so 6 years after the settlement of the Twins. 6 years after that, so that's around 530. Month, 4th month, 3rd day. Yep, it's not before the 2nd month, so I just keep the same pace. It is 6 years after, so that's 530. Execution of Valar, the cityness. History of Nara, significance, regional type, death. Tana of Ankomth executes Velarde Cityness for his crimes in the burning ruin of Ankomth. Simple. Next one. Age 55 begins writing. I'm gonna cheat a little bit for that one. Nobody would know exactly when, because nobody would know the exact date it would be written. Nobody would know the exact date, so I'm just gonna put in the year, which would be 55 years after being born, which would be a 483. No, 430, 538. 538. Tyler begins writing reforms. And then Tala dies at the age of 62, peacefully in her sleep, the second month, 19th day. She died 7 days after her birthday. That's slightly sad. Age 62, so just turned 62. So 545. Of Comte dies in her sleep. I'll make this personal. I think I'll do the same for Valar's death. Life death. And that's the final entry that I can add today. What I would just do is I will make this personal. Nope, that's... I need the... Oh, why are these not... Okay, sort these by date. Added this one. Personal matter. Save changes. Need to edit this. This is a... It's more of a regional importance. Construction. Save changes. So I need to add this. Significance. National. It's not so much significant for its personal ties to Tana, but more for... It's like a cultural achievement, not so much religious. Cultural event. Let's do that. On the history of Nara. Save change. So now all of these should show up. So in the year 0, Comte settled in 483 Talav. Comte was born 5:05, the Day of the Black Arrow. 5:13, Battle of the Southern Pass. 5:14, Burning of Ancompt. 5:24, Settlement of the Twins is built. 5:30, Valarda's cityness is executed. 5:38, Tala begins writing her reforms. And 5:45, Tala of Ancompt dies in her sleep. And I want to add one more. 5 years after her death, so that would be 550. I'm going to make it 51. 4th month, 8th day, history of Nara. Finishes Tana's reforms, significance, and national cultural event. Tana's wife finishes her reforms, finishes writing the document Tana started, detailing reforms for society, military, and religion. To this day, it is often referenced by many rulers. Create historical entry. And it should show up now. And that is the final major event I wanted to put on my timeline. What shall we do now? I think that's kind of the end of today's stream. Thank you all for everybody who came to join me today. It was lovely having you all here. Hope people rejoin. I will try and get this on YouTube as quickly as possible, probably without editing, but it will be on there. To anybody who has any questions, feel free to ask. I love answering questions about this stuff. Ask me anything. Ask me Tana's favorite ice cream flavor for all I care about. Anything you are interested in. I will love to hear more from you. And next week on Thursday, I plan on continuing this project. And I will continue this by filling in some of the other historical figures first. I'm beginning to think maybe I should have Tana and Bernos of Hoch interact more, because the three of them kind of form like Valar, Tana, and Bernos are like the three most significant figures in Trefior history. Like nobody historically is as well known as those three. But I don't think they interacted much. Not really. Like Benos lived in the same time period. He was also an early. He was a very early commander of the Hochian army, who joined in basically when the fighting between the Aedenar clans near Ancompt and the Uncomptons happened. The fighting between the Hochians and the Aedenar there basically started at the same time. Just because like there had been rising tension for a very long time, and that was kind of like the cataclysm where like it broke out and like fighting had to start. They the fight yeah, so I intend to I'll probably do Valar first because Valar and Tala interact quite a bit, and because like Valar's history is tied to Tala's quite a lot. And if you look at Valar from Tala's perspective, he seems very one-sided. but like after the burning of Ankommt, he actually is like a major, like he ends up settling major settlements in the west region of the continent. Um, so at the same time, he is in the western part of Trefior culture. He is not hated anywhere as much as he is in the east part of the continent. So there's a little bit of like discussion in scholarly circles in universe about like how evil was Valar actually? Like, did he just want to do evil things, or was the burning of Ancombe, was it a deliberately evil act, or was it a mistake caused by hubris and like a moral feigning rather than like a deliberate act he chose to do? Um, and like that's kind of why I like world building because like Tana is written as like a um, very loved and revered historical figure, but like she did wage a massive war, you know. Like yeah, she's beloved for being very effective at essentially genocide, and I that's kind of why I like world building because you can kind of look at those cultural things and like similar to how a lot of like many of the Aenanar don't think Tana was that great of a person. I would say genocide maybe goes a bit too far, mostly because I don't want the world to be that heavy. Um, like for the most part, it was essentially pretty directly meant to be a war, um, and um, for the most part, Tana's interests were more take the region for ourselves and you know get the population out of the region. Um, though of course, like when you actually look into it, it wasn't always as black and white as the history tab would make it seem. Naturally, there were Elenor living in Ancompt at the time period. There were Travior living in Elenor clans. Um, there were Travior who left Ancompt and Hoch and formed their own independent groups, and they all kind of interacted. And for the most part, what Tana did more was, you know, get the region recognized as Uncompton land rather than, um, you know, culturally genocide people out of it. Although that is the kind of unnatural side effect that, like, you can't wage a war without committing a war crime. So that is something where I'm gonna look into, like, especially when I start fleshing out the Aenanar more. Like, Tana is not like as great as the Trefior want her to be. Um, and that's but yeah, that's kind of what I'm working with. Um, and kind of what I want to do, and I'll kind of figure out how I want to get that done. Um, and I'll you know um I'll see how exactly I want to do it. Um, but I'll see exactly how to do that. It's gonna be fun. Um, we will see exactly how we will and figure it all out. But yeah, with that, that was today's world building stream. Tomorrow we will do civilization. Saturday the Trescast. Monday a Rosa art stream. And next week I will be back with more world building. Everybody, have a wonderful night. And I'd love to see you again very soon. Goodbye.